Hey there, everybody. Chief Forecaster David. Happy Saturday morning. It is 12:30. We are streaming live on the Storm TV Network channel here. It's gonna be a long night. I'm just gonna say that. Next couple hours, it's gonna be tiring and long. But before we get to everything here, just want to mention to check out the Storm X page. So just to throw this out, if you guys have any pictures, videos of storms or clouds or anything happening in your neck of woods, feel free to tweet us on Storm TV Network. But I would recommend tagging me instead because I don't have access to the main accounts this evening or this morning, I should say, on Twitter. So I recommend doing it on my personal account at DavidALFWX, as well as doing it on Instagram are probably the best ideas to do. Well, hopefully that made sense. Alright, anyways, happy morning. As y'all can tell, I'm already tired. I'm not even saying the right words. But good morning. Here we are at the Weather Center. Again, it's going to be a long next couple of hours. We have a severe thunderstorm watch already issued in Mason County. I mean, just a lot of stuff happening already. Just throw this out. If you guys have any comments, questions, want to say hi, feel free to do so. We have the live chat right here on my phone, so I'm just reading that if y'all have anything you want to say. If you got any reports of anything happening in your neck of the woods, also feel free to share that over to me as well. But if we don't have anything happening right now, let's go ahead and hop on the green screen here. I've done some adjustments to it, so hopefully the green screen quality is a lot better. Like I've redesigned parts of my room here, so I really tried my best to make this look good. It took me about an hour and a half for me to nail this down. There's a little bit of it where it's a little glitchy still, but it's 10 times better, I think. I hope at least. So we're gonna go ahead and jump on the green screen as mentioned, and we'll go ahead and talk about that forecast, and we'll also do your extended severe weather coverage. So it's not just your forecast, it's also live severe weather coverage. So here in the neck of the woods in south central Texas, we are under a severe thunderstorm watch right now out for Mason County. See that little box that's popping up? That's a new severe watch that's recently got issued until 7 in the morning. Hello, Mia. Welcome over to the stream. But again, a new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for Mason County. It's the only county out of 18 counties that we cover. It's just Mason County under a severe thunderstorm watch. So very fun, I guess you could say. But in this zone, we could see some hail and damaging winds possibly later this evening. Or it's not. We're going to have this problem like we had last stream. Remember last couple streams ago when we did severe weather coverage? It happened, we did coverage probably an hour later at this time a couple weeks ago. And I kept saying evening, but it was morning time. And I'm going to accidentally keep messing up. So if I say evening, please don't be mad at me. I know it's morning time. How it goes in my brain is I have to go to sleep. And then when I wake up, it's morning. But if I don't get any sleep past 12 a.m., it's still evenings. It doesn't make sense, I know. But bear with me as I'm trying to get used to doing more late night streams. So next couple of weeks or months, hopefully I can get used to time change. All right, besides that, back to serious note here. Once again, a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for Mason County. It's not just Mason County, several more counties off towards the west also included. But again, it's goes until 7 a.m. I have a strong routine, guys. I will not be up until 7 o'clock in the morning. I will be up in... Oh, boy. My dog decided to jump off my bed. And apparently the cord wasn't in the correct location. Goodness gracious. Usually I'm nice and let my dog sleep with me, but I'm gonna know next time not to do that. Okay. Alright, okay, that should be fixed. I may have to move the camera a little bit more. Do I have to move the camera more? Hey, we got it. Okay. Hey, we're gonna have to add that to the bloopers. That's awesome. Okay. There goes the fail to the beginning of the stream. That was a fast fix. At least I got that fixed in time. Alright, let me wake up my computer. Okay, here we go. So, once again, severe watching effects. Tonight we have I just want to point this out. Look at this. We have a marginal risk of barely clipping Mason County, and we have a severe thunderstorm watch. So, We'll watch this throughout the next couple of hours. Again, this goes until 7 in the morning. According to the National Weather Service, I have the chat pulled up over here on my big TV screen. They said that these storms are expected to get, I guess, stronger, I guess you could say, throughout the overnight. So something I'll watch closely. And not just that, guys. I do have radar that we'll be taking a look at here momentarily. We'll go ahead and break down more of your forecast probably later on the stream, but this next part that I want to do is talk more about what's happening in the big picture. So we'll talk about warnings and stuff momentarily. In the big picture of things right now, severe thunderstorm watch. Again, Mason County severe watch goes all the way towards West Texas. San Angelo under a severe watch. We even have a tornado watch west of Fort Worth. Wichita Falls under a tornado watch. We have another tornado watch in southern Oklahoma. And then we have a severe thunderstorm watch in northeastern Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Joplin, Missouri, Springfield, Missouri, all the way up towards St. Louis under severe watches this late night into this morning. So just a whole lot of alerts underway right now this morning. Speaking of alerts, we have a severe thunderstorm warning happening in San Angelo right now. You can see a pretty good looking storm with this here. Right in this zone is where we got some of that hail core occurring right now. Let's go ahead and read the details on this severe warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-size hail or hail up to quarters and some 60-mile-per-hour winds right there. This is radar indicated. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roof sidings and trees. Of course, something we'll watch. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm include intersection of Highway 288, Ranch Road 2662, US 87 near the Coke-Tom Green County line, also US 67 near the Iron-Tom Green County line in Harris. Could see some impacts from the severe thunderstorm warning. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the sturdy building. No tornado warning with this, but when you have a storm producing strong winds and a potential hail, you always want to take cover and be careful, especially when you see a storm like this. And again, if you live in San Angelo, heads up, a good storm coming your direction, the healthiest part of the storm. When I say the word healthiest, that's not the good word. Healthiest means it's super strong. It's gonna be an intense storm. So, as you take a look at this here, you can see right in this core is the strongest, the healthiest part of the storm. It's going to make a direct impact. There we go. Yep, this helps my case now. Making more of a direct impact towards San Angelo here in just a few moments here. Looking at velocity here, again, there is a slight tornado threat tonight back out in this area. Nothing rotating, but you do see some of this bright green. This is indicating some strong wind speeds upwards to 60 miles per hour, where we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now for. But again, we're not seeing anything rotating, which again is fantastic news. Taking a look at our vertical integrated liquid map here, this helps me indicate where some of the heaviest rain could be happening, maybe even hail. And when you start to see some of that purple popping up on here, that's indications of some large hail happening, as well as some very heavy rain occurring. So again, you guys, this is about the airport too, I forgot to mention. So it wouldn't surprise me, which, when I say, I don't think anyone's flying airplanes right now at this time. I would hope not, but if anyone is, give them a heads up that intense storm is coming y'all's way. All right. Hey, thank you very much, Don, and good early morning. But once again, guys, multiple storms out there across West Texas right now. Again, this is our only severe warning here in that's closest to the Storm Austin San Antonio viewing area. But again, we're not. Here's how tonight's stream is going to go. At least next 20-30 minutes, I'm going to be talking to y'all, live coverage, free coverage. And then there might be a time where I may take a break and I'll come back, and then maybe another break and I'll come back. And then I'll probably just let the radar play itself. I'll be asleep and I'll wake up whenever, and if nothing's happening, I'll end the stream. And when I probably go to sleep, it'll probably be like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. But these storms back out here are supposed to come my direction. So if these storms can come my direction, I may be up till 7 in the morning. So it's going to be a long night, for me at least. For y'all can go to sleep whenever you want. Unless you want to be aware and prepared if any storms comes in your neck of the woods. So again, severe warning right now. This is in San Angelo. Back out here is just a line of storms that is connecting. Mainly strong winds, maybe some small hail occurring with this here. Let's take a look at this. Special weather statement. That's the wrong button. Special weather statement. This is for Crockett County and Saliter County. I think I pronounced that wrong. Saliter County? That doesn't sound right. Hopefully that's right. But that county until a special weather statement until 1:30 in the morning. This is almost a severe thunderstorm. I just want to point this out. How does a severe warning get issued? You got to have 58 mile per hour winds and or need 1 inch size hail in diameter, which is quarters. We're at 50 to 55. We just need 3 more mile per hour winds to be higher, and then boom, it's a severe warning. So we're literally right at that level with this becoming a severe warning almost. But nickel-sized hail occurring with this here down to the south. I actually have a radar site that's closer to this, and yeah, it's indicating that line of storms, and eventually this line of storms will make a run or attempt to make a run towards south central Texas. But once again, just tracking that one severe storm in San Angelo. We also have two little cells up here as well, kind of super cells almost, if you want to say. But yeah, 2 individual cells. As of right now, there's a small hail core with these, but I'm not seeing any alerts with these. But it wouldn't surprise me if some nickel-sized hail were to come out of these both cells right now. Maybe with some strong wind gusts upwards to 50 miles per hour. Maybe even a little bit stronger than that, probably. And we actually have a closer radar site. Just noticed this. Oh yeah, you can see the hail core even better. So again, something we're gonna watch here throughout the next little bit. All right, got the chat to read here. Let's see. My daughter lives in Elu. Oh boy, I cannot pronounce words today, guys. Elis. Hopefully that's right. Elis, Texas. I'm in Oklahoma City and no one else is on right now that I can find, so thanks for being on here. Yeah, you bet. So she lives in Texas and you live in Oklahoma City. I think, wasn't there severe weather in Oklahoma City earlier this evening? I believe there was. Let's see, checking your area real quick. Oklahoma City area weather right now. Severe thunderstorm watch. Severe warnings to your southeast. Not seeing a whole lot for Oklahoma City in particular. Again, just to the north towards Edmond, there is a few isolated storms to your northeast as mentioned. And then down towards the south, tracking some storms as well. And these are going to push off towards the northeast. But then a tornado watch towards your southeast as well. Let's see, what does the Storm Prediction Center have y'all under? So they're saying, oh, y'all are barely under a severe threat and they have you in a marginal risk tonight. Okay. What about the tornado threats? It is not existent, so that's great news. The wind threat is existent and the hail threat is also existent in Oklahoma City. Yeah. I'm going to be on, no, I want to be honest, I think rain's done for you, but no, I'm not going to say that. Because, why am I not saying that? It's because I'm noticing some more storms are starting to fire off back out to the west. These may try to come your way, so be on guard. How long does a severe watch go for, actually? That could also back my case up. It expires in 3 hours. So you can probably see some storms, maybe another chance of storms. It may linger into another hour, I think. If nothing really gets going back out towards the west or southwest, they may cancel the watch a bit early, but still, gotta keep eyes on it. We didn't get hardly anything. I'm at work at the hospital. Oh, wow. So you're watching from the hospital. So you said you hardly got anything. Wow. So yeah, Oklahoma City, downtown metro, Oklahoma City right now. Again, just northeast, a few showers. Overall, it's pretty quiet and probably cloudy out there right now. But yeah, I think your storm threat is about over for tonight, I think. Unless something can try to develop back out here. If something can develop back out here, you'll probably see some more storms. But as of now, I think you're going to be okay for now with storm-wise in Oklahoma City. Let's see here. Once again, if you guys have any questions or want me to view a location, I will do that. as, okay, there we go. All right, so that's in Oklahoma City. So tonight, okay, let me just mention this here. So anyone else that's joining in right now, we're doing a live stream, mainly specificalized, localized in Central, South, and I guess you could say West Texas. Tonight's, that's where I'm really focusing on. But since there's not a whole lot of activity happening down in those areas as I mentioned, I'll do a little bit of regional weather coverage tonight, covering parts of the state of Texas and Oklahoma tonight, maybe even Missouri too. So don't worry, it's not just my local area weather. I know so I might need to change the ticker to national probably, since we're doing national base. So let me change the ticker real quick. It's not a ticker, it's the bottom bar. Let me change that bottom bar for y'all so you're not just seeing my local area. Since we're doing a little bit of national tonight, I'll change it to national. So turn that off. Let's go national. There we go. All right, so there you go. National bottom bar. So hopefully your location's on there, on the bottom bar. All right, sorry about that, guys. All right, so again, that's what's happening in Oklahoma City right now. Let's see, North Texas right now, nothing really bad happening. I think Dallas-Fort Worth will stay fine with storm for the next couple hours. Depends on if these storms can make it y'all's way later this morning. We'll see. Tornado watch toward Gainesville and Wichita Falls. Strong storms down to the southwest. I was right about this storm over here, saying wouldn't surprise me if you had some hail and wind with this storm, and they've issued it. Oh wow, I literally just they literally copied what I said 5 minutes ago and pasted into their text box here. I said I wouldn't be surprised if there were 50 to 55 mile per hour winds coming out of this storm and hail up to Nichols, and they copied and pasted exactly what I said. So wow. Also radar indicator with this. Hey, could we get another copy and paste of what I just said for these two cells? We'll see. But very, very interesting there. And then we got that severe thunderstorm warning back up towards San Angelo right now. So how it's going to go is, if we start to see some more warnings pop up in this area, I will mainly focus on South Central and West Texas weather. But as of now, that's kind of what we're doing. That's really the whole point of the stream, is me focusing on this specific area. But since there's more activity happening nationally wise, I guess you could say, I'll do a little bit of mixed up coverage tonight. And there's only one warning in Texas. So yeah, we actually have a storm chaser over here. Wow, in Benton County in northwestern Arkansas. Very interesting storms. Here's his live view from James Hilger in Bentonville, Arkansas, or outside of Bentonville, Arkansas. If this loads, there we go. Let's see. Can we see some lightning from this feed? That's the question. Oh, there we go. Lightning. Wow, it is quite a storm out there right now. Let's see here. So he's right over there. Is there a radar site closer to this? Oh wait, it would be the one in Tulsa, right? Yeah. It's been a while since I've covered this area, so I'm trying to remember what radar did I use all the time when I covered northwestern Arkansas weather when I lived in the Joplin area. What I find interesting with this storm here in particular here is, you see how there's like a current, or let's see, a notch. There's a notch right here. That's a bow effect. We got strong winds coming ahead of the storm and in the storm. So, anything rotating? Let's see. There we go. So yeah, there is some red popping up on here. Indicating some strong winds. Let's see, how strong on the winds are we talking? 40, 50 mile per hour winds. Boy, the winds are howling out there right now. So the strongest of the winds are just to the southeast of Siloam Springs right now in northwestern Arkansas, just near Benton County right now. So if you know anyone that's in this area, hopefully they're hunkering down right now for these strong winds and potentially some large hail with this. But if you are this morning, guys, make sure you are hunkering it down, of course, and do not be outside, as we have this rather intense storm right now in northwestern Arkansas. Let's go back to reflectivity here. That's, again, one severe warning over here right now. Why is this being slow today? All right, we have 2 severe warnings in Texas now. Boy, maybe it's not a good idea doing national weather tonight if it's gonna act like this. Okay, yep, I said that if they issue another warning down here, we may have to focus on nearby weather, and that's what it looks like. So if a tornado warning gets issued, I'll focus on doing national weather, but if no tornado warnings get issued, I won't focus on much. And if like a heavy populated area gets issued under like a severe warning, I'll do a quick update on that. That's not in Texas. Talking about areas towards Oklahoma and Missouri and Arkansas. But as of now, San Angelo, pretty populated area in Texas, severe warning right now on top of y'all. 60-mile-per-hour winds, some quarter-size hail coming in this thunderstorm right now. And this is actually right on top of the radar site. So we are not getting the best picture of where the hail is at. But you can kind of see some of that pink. That's where some embedded quarter-size hail may be at. But again, downtown San Angelo right now getting impacted with some hail and nothing rotating. There is a tornado threat tonight. I'm going to be honest, it is a low-end tornado threat tonight. It's not like super high, but there is the risk for an isolated tornado or 2. Let's go ahead. Well, the reason why this thing might be so laggy all of a sudden is because I have the watches turned on. Let me just turn off our watches. That should help the lag. And yep, that helped big time. Okay, I think. There we go. So we also have this other severe warning back up towards the west, north to the west of El Dorado. Severe thunderstorm warning. What's this for? This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail for Salida and Crockett counties in west central Texas. This is radar indicated. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expected wind damage to roofs, sidings, and trees. So if y'all are not in shelter, like in a house, make sure you move into a house now. And just to throw this out one more time, if y'all have any questions, comments, want me to check out a weather location, want me to check out a location, I'll go ahead and do so. All you gotta do is just comment and we'll do that. All right, so where's the strongest of the storm? See that pink and purple? That's where we're seeing some of that quarter-size hail as this pushes off towards the northeast right now. By the way, this is actually right around Interstate 10 as well. I find that interesting. Near the Crockett Heights area, so yeah. Pretty populated area, I believe. So if there's any big-time hail occurring, again, National Services up to quarters, if that's happening, we're probably getting, it wouldn't surprise me, some reports out of the Crockett Heights area or on Interstate 10, if we were to get some reports of some hail upwards to quarters. So we'll have to see what happens. Hello, Bella. Good early morning. All right, so once again, guys, very intense storm over here in west central Texas this morning. Nothing rotating, which is great news, but once again, guys, there is the possibility for an isolated tornado out in this region. Again, guys, we have a strong line of storms that is in the middle of developing. And these storms, too, by the way, guys, are in their early stages, as eventually these storms will make a run from the west to the east. And if any storms can develop right in this area, these could make a run towards the western parts of the hill country here in the Storm Austin, San Antonio viewing area. And this could impact portions of Mason, maybe Llano, maybe Burnett County, parts of Gillespie counties, if anything can get going in this area. So again, we'll see what happens. As of now, I have about a 20% precipitation chance for the hill country this evening. It's this morning, so something we'll watch. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and break down this here. So the Storm Prediction Center, let me take off the radar on there. The Storm Prediction Center has us under a level 1 out of 5 marginal risk of severe weather for Mason County here in central Texas. There's also a general storm risk, but once again, a severe thunderstorm watch right there going for Mason County until 7 o'clock this morning. Alright, so again, storms are the story right now, but if you don't see rain later this morning, we have the possibility for a few isolated showers, perhaps a thunderstorm throughout the day today. But as we get into like after 7 o'clock p.m. later this evening, that's when we start to see the possibility for more storms. By 9 o'clock in the afternoon, or mid to late evening tomorrow, or excuse me, today, right in the zone in red, is where I posted a weather alert day yesterday for this evening for an isolated supercell. One or two could be possible. The question is if and can they develop. If they can develop, an isolated tornado, large hail threat, and a damaging wind threat does exist. As of yesterday, the Storm Prediction Center did upgrade our tornado threat across portions of the northern tier of the hill country. We should have a new SPC update come out here in the next few minutes, so I'm kind of curious what the new update will be, and I'll be here if the new update does get issued. It actually have this weather alert day posted until 11 p.m. tomorrow night, or excuse me, tonight. It's 12 in the morning, so it's Saturday now. Wait, is it 1? We're 5 minutes away from 1 a.m., so it's 1 a.m. now pretty much, and my brain still thinks it's Friday, so give me time as I'm adjusting from Friday to Saturday. But then, again, later this evening, we'll have to keep our eyes on for that potential for a supercell, and as we get into tomorrow morning, Easter Sunday morning, we'll track this squall line of storms. Again, another live stream is very, very likely right around this time tomorrow, maybe even sooner, because there's potential for supercells. We'll see. I'll be on storm watch as probably around 7 o'clock is when I'll be in weather mode. We'll see. A lot of planning to do when I end the stream. This stream probably at 7 in the morning. We'll see. All right, so by the morning on Sunday, tomorrow, squall line of storms comes in. It doesn't show it being super strong in this particular model. Don't believe in this model. It's going to be strong. Trust me, there's going to be a lot more colors. If you look at the radar, there's going to be a lot of red, orange, maybe even pink on there. So don't believe on how weak this is showing, but trust me, we'll get some activity. As this approaches towards the I-35 corridor, it will start to weaken. And the Storm Prediction Center is saying that as storms approach the I-35 corridor, they'll weaken. That's why there's a marginal risk. But out towards the hill country, every county in the hill country, even right to western Waco, under a level 2 out of 5, slight risk for some severe weather, for flash flooding later today, mainly for tonight to early Sunday morning. It's for a level 1 out of 4, marginal risk for parts of the Austin Metro and the entire hill country. How much rain could we get? Between 1/4 of an inch to an inch out towards the western tier of the hill country. And then more rain chances continue through next Saturday. And you can see 1 to 3 inches of rain is possible. So tonight, the capital city, low right around 70, 20% precipitation chance, mainly towards the hill country. And then tomorrow, scattered to isolated storms, high temp of 83, 30% coverage wise. Your Easter weekend forecast for tonight, 70 degrees with that 20% precipitation chance, 83 on Saturday with that weather alert day posted overnight into early Sunday Easter morning, 50% rain chance, mainly in the morning, from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. in the morning until we have that 50% rain chance. And then after 10 a.m., weather alert day is gone for Sunday, and precipitation chances are as low as a 10% throughout the day on Easter Sunday with highs in the 80. If you have any friends or family towards like Houston, they can see some thunderstorms after daylight on Easter Sunday overnight. So just to throw that in for our friends over there. All right, so the 7-day forecast here in Austin. Weather, not bad. Again, this weekend, storms. It's not going to rain the entire weekend. It'll be on and off chances. And the best chances, best chances, of course, will be overnight. Monday's weather looks great, high of 87. And the storm chances in our forecast Tuesday through Friday, they will be very scattered in nature. All right, so once again, if you guys have any comments, questions, or anything like that, feel free to throw that in my direction. And want me to check out a weather location. Why do I keep saying that? If you want me to check out a location, I can do that too. Again, we're not just focusing on my area weather, even though the whole point of the streaming tonight is focusing on my area weather, but just make things more, what was the word I was going to use for this? I don't know. Okay, back to the weather. My brain is, I need to stop. Okay. Yeah, scattered storms all week. Yes, that will be the case. for the next couple of days, and maybe even severe weather threats. Back-to-back, marginal risk of severe weather chances. We'll see. All right, so once again, guys, we have a severe thunderstorm watch until 7 a.m. for Mason County. Nobody else. Out of 18 counties I cover, only one county under a severe watch. That's how you know I'm dedicated to doing the weather. I'm live covering severe weather. That's off towards our west, well off towards our west, in one county under a watch. All right. And this storm back out towards the west, decent hail core. Look at this, pink and purple. Right here is where we got the largest of the hail right now. This is pushed it off towards the northeast right now. What counties are included? Solidature, I pronounced that wrong, and as well as Crockett in west central Texas under a severe warning to 1:45 in the morning for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Nothing rotating out of this storm, which again is some good news. Towards San Angelo, where we have another severe warning. Nothing rotating with that either. The worst of the storm I could say right now is to the north of San Angelo. This is why we have a severe warning for this storm right here. We're actually seeing a new storm develop back out towards the southwest, and this will impact parts of San Angelo once again. So if you're in San Angelo, get ready. Round 2 of storms is coming your direction. So yeah, it's a wild night already for San Angelo, and this will continue. Looks like we may have another storm trying to fire up right behind this storm. So one storm here, maybe another one here, maybe another one back here. Training effect is trying to occur. Oh boy. Okay, that's some good news. All right, guys, I have a 20% rain chance in the forecast tonight. I think I'm going to bump it up to a 30% now. The reason why is because we're starting to see some thunderstorms starting to bubble up now across portions of Mexico and eventually coming into Texas. As I've been mentioning, if we could get any storms that developed out in this area, this will make a dive towards the hill country. We'll get storms, and things are starting to develop. So, fingers crossed, hope this happens because we need the rain bad. We are under an exceptional drought, which is top tier level drought. We're maxed out, 5 out of 5. So we need rain badly. So fingers crossed that this stays. Obviously, we don't want the large hail or damaging wind threat, but I don't think we'll see a whole lot of impacts of hail. But there could be some impacts with some strong winds. But the hail, I don't think we'll see much of. But yeah. Looks like little streamer thunderstorms have decided to pop up, so that's fantastic. So overall, guys, again, 2 severe warnings out there right now in West Texas. Again, the city of San Angelo under a severe warning, then another severe warning currently in effect right now, including Interstate 10 right now. Interstate 10, too, by the way, guys, goes all the way down towards San Antonio, so that's a pretty populated road. Again, it's an interstate, so obviously it's pretty populated. Forgot to mention about this storm. We have a special weather statement south of Abilene, just near the Winters area. Special weather statement for the Lawn area. Special weather statement for Calhoun, Coleman, Taylor, Reynolds counties through 1:30 in the morning for 50 to 55 mile per hour winds and nickel-sized hail. This is almost a severe thunderstorm warning too, just to throw that out. You may be asking, how does a severe warning work? You got to have quarter-sized hail, which is 1 inch in diameter. Yeah, not really close to that, but the winds are. It says 50 to 55 mile per hour winds. For a severe warning, you got to have wind gusts up to 58. So we're just 3 miles per hour away from a severe warning. And by the way, the 60 mile per hour winds, 58 mile per hour winds, and quarter-sized hail, 1 inch in diameter, that is a low grade in severe warning, which is meaning it's like borderline criteria of a severe warning on how those get issued. And by the way, there are 2 other different severe warnings as well. You got the regular borderline low end severe warning, then you got the considerable tag, and then you got destructive tag. Hopefully those 2 don't happen tonight. And considerable means hail upwards to baseballs, wind speeds up to 70 miles per hour, for the considerable one, and then for destructive severe thunderstorm warning, I think it's like tennis ball size hail, I believe, maybe softball size hail, and then it's 80-mile-per-hour winds, and tornado sirens go off when you're under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So hopefully that will be the case tonight. In other news, we have 3 other severe thunderstorm warnings in the big picture. 2 in Oklahoma and 1 in northwestern Arkansas. That is it. It's overall kind of quiet out there right now for majority of the country. But the most active weather, I guess you could say, is back out here, or will continue. By the way, storms are expected to really continue to ramp up here throughout the next couple of hours. We have a lot of humidity, dew points are perfect, temperatures are perfect, it's muggy outside. I mean, everything just spells severe weather out here in parts of West Texas. Alright, so what I want to go ahead and do next is talk about the Storm Prediction Center here, as the SPC, a little behind the scenes there. Okay, Storm Prediction Center here, what is their plans here? So they are keeping the slight risk of severe weather for today. So this is for our area. Did they do any changes to the tornado threat? Okay, they've actually included where I live at, now under a 5% tornado threat. Alright. We all know we have a big tornado person. Okay, wind threats still existent. Ooh, under enhanced risk of hail now. So this is some major updates that the Storm Prediction Center has released here this evening, or this morning. And they've also continued to maintain this as a day 2 enhanced risk of severe weather. Tornadoes leading this, and wind in Missouri and Arkansas. And they've actually decided to issue parts of our far eastern counties under a marginal risk of severe weather on Easter Sunday now. So that's actually interesting to see. So with that, new updates. Let's go ahead and talk more about this new update of severe weather. So again, this is for tomorrow. This new outlook that I'm showing you right now does not go into effect until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Again, we have a marginal risk of severe weather that clips in Mason County, and a slight risk off towards the west and west of Fort Worth. That's where we have this other slight risk of severe weather, but this new update came in that doesn't officially set in until 6 o'clock in the morning, but this is the new look. It is updated. So what is the new update? So they haven't really changed the outlining, I guess you could say, of the threat of severe weather, but they have decided to bring the 5% tornado risk further to the south now, and exactly where I live at. So yeah, I'm completely in the 5% tornado risk. So yeah, I am in it. I'm like on the edge of it though, but still counts. I'm in it. As well as northwestern Burnett County. Oh, so we have 4 different counties under a 5% tornado risk. And you may be asking, a squall line of storms, how is that going to create a tornado threat? Tonight, technically tonight, it's Saturday, just started a brand new day. So later tonight, even though it's tonight right now, but later tonight into Easter Sunday morning, in the evening time, that's where we're having a tornado threat. We're not going to have a tornado threat when the squall line of storms happens here in central Texas. It's going to happen in the evening. And as I've been talking about for the last couple of hours, I've been mentioning right around 9 o'clock, right in this zone, on Saturday evening, we could have an isolated supercell or 2 that may try to pop up, and if that does happen, it could drop a tornado immediately, as well as produce some very large hail and damaging winds. And the signs are going more that way, that this could happen, and the Storm Prediction Center is now agreeing with what I'm thinking and what the weather models are thinking as well. So confidence is increasing for the possibility for a few supercells that may try to bubble up out here later this evening. If that does happen, backyard storm chasing ? we'll see. As y'all know, if you watched my streams previously, every time there's storms in my area, I'll go outside and I'll do a live report outside. So we'll see what happens. But again, that is wonderful news for me because the signs of me being right are going up. I don't like being wrong when it comes to weather, I'm going to be honest. Okay. All right. I'm going to be honest. I'm right majority of the time. I'm just going to throw that out. Okay. Anyways, but look at this. 5% tornado risk goes from parts of our area to Dallas, Fort Worth, San Angelo, down to Mexico. That's honestly kind of concerning as there's going to be a large area under this. And then the wind threats. I'm in the heart of this as well. And then look at the hail threats. Goodness gracious, a hatch marked risk. Am I in the hatch risk? I'm always curious. Darn it, I'm barely outside of it. Come on, National Weather Service. Or Storm Prediction Center. Okay, but anyways, serious note here. 2-inch size hail in diameter. That's what the black hatch mark risk means. So anywhere in this between a 25-mile radius in this black hatch marked risk area within 25 miles in this radius, some people could see hail 2 inches or larger. So they're telling you that widespread hail could happen, as we'll have multiple supercells that may try to happen, as well as that squall line. So again, the hail and wind are mainly for the squall line of storms, but the tornado threat necessarily I don't think is for the squall line. I mean, I think it is for the squall line when it develops, because it'll be supercells to develop it first, and then it will be over here, and there's a possibility that a few other supercells ahead of the cold front could develop and impact portions of the northern tier of the hill country, and that could cause problems. So, that's actually... One second. I need to double check my work here on what I'm saying to y'all. Alright, welcome to Behind the Scenes. Alright, so what are we thinking here? So this is... So this is tonight. It's indicating... Okay, so this is new model runs. This is new model data that I'm seeing right now while I'm talking to y'all. So those storms developing out in West Texas right now, they're saying that they're going to come together and bring a line of storms. It looks like even a low pressure system may happen, so that will even help balance the storm. So I find that very interesting, actually. It could be raining for quite a while. Then it's indicating the storms can make it a run into the Austin metro area tomorrow morning, but weekend. That is interesting how that's showing for tomorrow morning into the early afternoon. And this model is very correct. I used this model quite a few times, and it's never been wrong since I've used it. And with new updates that came out 30 minutes ago, it's literally exactly showing where the storms have developed out here, and it's saying that they're going to be coming together, which is happening right now. Then they're going to make a run towards the east into the hill country. So that's very fascinating in my opinion. So what's this show? So this is later this evening. This is 7 p.m. I know you see the 00Z. This is in Zulu time. To convert that in Eastern time at 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock Central time. So remember those supercells I was talking about? There they are right here. So that's indicating supercells. Is it? Oh, okay. So it just shows supercell near Gillespie County, Llano County. Then it fizzles out. Interesting. So yeah. So the supercell potential is still existent after 7 p.m. So I may have to push the weather alert day as early as 8 o'clock now, later this evening. Whew. And then we got that. So it looks like we got 2 squall lines of storms this morning and tonight, which was not expected. Tonight, so the weather, I'm going to be honest, guys, the weather changes all the time on how we predict things. It's got to wait 30 minutes, something changes. That's how it goes. It's like the same. There's a new tornado warning in Arkansas. So this is where we focus on Texas weather to national weather now. The weather has changed a lot. Wow. Alright, now we get to a serious note here, guys. Professionalism. This is where I tend to shine. Apparently, a lot of y'all tell me I shine when it comes to doing national weather, when it comes to tornadoes. So, let's get to it. Alright, so we have some developing information right now, folks. We have a new tornado warning in Arkansas. Oh, this is... If anyone's familiar with this YouTube channel started off in this area. I used to live in Joplin, Missouri. I run a little weather company called 4 States Weather. I covered southeastern Oklahoma, or southeastern Kansas, northeastern Oklahoma, southwestern Arkansas, and southwestern Missouri, northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Kansas, and northwestern Arkansas. I only covered one county, and it was this county right here, and it's Benton County. I didn't even look at the warning. I already knew what county this was. It's under a tornado warning right now. So this county, man, takes me back to home almost. We had a storm chaser. Where did he go? He's no longer in the storm. No, he ended his stream too soon. But, guys, what radar do I use now? I've kind of forgotten. Do I use Fort Smith? We'll do Fort Smith. So, I was looking at the storm earlier. I was saying, you guys notice this narch right here? We got wind coming out of it and wind coming in of it. Maybe rotation. There wasn't much rotation, but now they're starting to see some signs of rotation. So, wow, what a night. Okay, velocity here. Oh, whoa, yeah, right in this here rotation. Yellow, green corridor here, rotation. So. Again, right in this zone is where we got some of the strongest rotation. Let's see what these winds are indicating. We're talking 74 mile per hour winds. Goodness gracious. So yeah, this is extremely strong winds. 76 mile per hour winds right now in this tornado warning. This is a very, wow. 78? Oh my gosh. Oh my lord. "75 mile per hour wind gusts or speeds right now in this tornado warning." Goodness. Correlation coefficient? There's no way this thing isn't dropping a tornado. New update from the... Oh, there we go. I was like, there's no way this isn't not dropping a tornado. New update, tornadoes on the ground. I was right. Okay, we have a breaking news right now. A confirmed tornado in effect right now in northwestern Arkansas. So, Benton County, I used to cover y'all. You guys are under a confirmed tornado right now. Northeastern Benton County, northwestern Madison, Carroll, and Washington counties under a confirmed tornado warning right now in northwestern Arkansas until 1:45 this morning. Broadcast media has confirmed a tornado right now. So, impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is very likely as we have this confirmed tornado right now, guys, in northwestern Arkansas. So Springdale, Johnson, Elm Springs, Lowell, Lookout, Cave Springs, Fayetteville, War Eagle, Beaver Lake, Robb State Park. Y'all need to be taking cover right now as we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. As I mentioned before this was even confirmed, I was like, we saw 74 mile per hour winds. I was like, there's no way this is not on the ground. Literally 0.5 seconds later, they confirmed it. So, again, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now Again, to repeat, a damaging tornado is on the ground right now in northwestern Arkansas. Again, Benton County. I used to cover y'all 3 years ago. If I don't know, maybe some of y'all are returning back to the stream, and here we are. But Benton County is tornado warning for the northeastern side of town. Again, if you're in Rogers, Arkansas, you guys will not see the impacts, but just to the southeast, y'all will see impacts. If you are over here in Elm Springs, you're okay, but still recommend to be inside. Don't be coming outside. But if you're in Lowell, take cover now. Hickory Creek, if you know anyone that's in the Hickory Creek area in Benton County, tell them, call them to take shelter right now, as again, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. If you are in Hickory Creek area right now, move indoors now. If you're in a mobile home, that's the worst place to be, especially during a tornado like this. But again, we have a confirmed tornado. We have wind speeds up to 72 miles per hour. That's how you know this is definitely a damaging tornado on the ground right now over here in northwestern Arkansas. 73-mile-per-hour winds. Again, this is a very concerning signature here that we're seeing right now in northwestern Arkansas. Looking at correlation coefficient here, can we see this on the ground? I can't get a good visual on my ending over here, but if we go ahead and let's see, what happens if I switch radars? Let's go to Springfield, Missouri. Does that do anything for us? It doesn't. What about Tulsa here? That's a little too far, I think, in my opinion. So I think the best option. Fort Smith radar it is. But again, we can't get a good visual on correlation coefficient for some reason of this being on the ground. But one thing I can tell you, right here is the tornado. Again, damaging tornado on the ground right now in northwestern Arkansas. I mean, you can see it. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if this color right here, this yellow, see that this is tornado on the ground right here. But all of this right here, this would not surprise me if this was debris in the air, in the sky right now. It would not surprise me. And Bethel Hills right now, this wouldn't surprise me if this was debris either, picking up on velocity. I mean, just looking at this, 66, 71 mile per hour winds. This is bad. So again, this is a very, very, very strong tornado on the ground. So if anyone's in Hickory Creek, they're getting slammed right now by this tornado, as this is a very destructive storm. Oh goodness, yeah, there's homes popping up on here. Gosh. So yeah, damaging tornado on the ground right now. This is impacting a town or an area right now called Hickory Creek. Again, getting impacted right now by this damaging tornado on the ground. Complete bullseye for this creek area. This is really unfortunate to see this evening. I know a lot of people are like, we won't see anything tonight. Tonight's the night where something actually did happen. So here we are. So Hickory Creek, you're likely seeing the strongest of the winds. This is the tornado right here. You probably get about a minute, maybe 30 seconds until it's hitting you right now. So I can't stress this enough. If you're in Hickory Creek, take cover now, as we have a confirmed damaging tornado on the ground right now in the Hickory Creek area. Again, this is going to completely impact the Lakeview Drive, Hilltop Road. If you know anyone that's in these areas, they're getting hammered right now by this confirmed tornado in Benton County in northwestern Arkansas. So again, we're not really getting the best visual of this here, but my understanding is right here is where we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. So really anywhere from Kirch to Hickory Creek, between there, maybe even further to the west, somewhere in this zone, we got a tornado on the ground right now. So again, a damaging tornado on the ground right now between Hickory Creek, Critch, Pleasure Heights towards Montini Shores. But my thinking on this here is the tornado's likely right here. That's from what last frames were moments ago. So again, a confirmed tornado impacting towns right now as we're speaking. Towns are getting impacted with this. Again, if you are in this tornado warning, move to the interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Mobile homes are the worst place to be, but if you could run, if you have a bathtub in your mobile home, run there now. Hunker down. As we got the storm, we've got a closet, get in there now. As we have this damaging tornado right now. New updates to the tornado warning here. Good news. It is a regular, good old tornado warning. We're back down to radar indicated. I'm going to be honest, I was starting to lose the idea of where's the confirmed tornado? I was looking earlier, I was like, I knew where the confirmed tornado was at. I was literally talking, 0.3 seconds before they confirmed this. I was looking at the winds, I was like, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if this was a confirmed tornado. 0.0003 seconds later, upgraded to confirmed tornado. I already knew what I was talking about before this even got issued. 0.333 or 0.0003 seconds. And then when they issued it, I exactly knew where the tornado was at. And then as new scans came in, I kind of lost the visual of where they confirmed this was at. But I had a general idea of where it was at, somewhere in here. So if this rotation is still happening, it's right here now. Again, the worst of the storm was up here, but now it's cycling further down to the southeast, and this is where we have the strongest of the rotation right now. So again, good news, tornado's no longer on the ground. It's radar indicated, but if you're thinking it's good to get out of shelter, it's not. Again, we just had a confirmed tornado. This could recycle and come back on the ground. Don't recommend you going out of shelter. So, if you are in Oak Grove, Clear Point, War Eagle, Lookouts, Bland, Tanglewood, Lost Bridge Village, Vista Shores, Busk, or Pine Top in northwestern Arkansas, heads up, we got a rotating tornado that has dropped a tornado just about 1 minute ago that likely did damage to a couple of homes over here in Benton County in northwestern Arkansas. So again, monitoring and watching this here very, very closely, as there is still some circulation occurring here with this very, I never got any confirmation it's being destructive. I hope it's not destructive. I hope it was like a very weak tornado, but seeing those wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, I don't think this was weak. Unfortunately saying too, but still, goodness gracious. Let's go ahead and I want to go ahead and see if we have any storm chasers on this. We have a camera in Louisville, Kentucky now? I did not know that. Yeah, all the storm chasers are like, you know what? Tonight's a bust of severe weather. We ain't gonna see anything. Confirmed tornado. Boom. I'm the only one am I the only one covering national weather tonight? I don't know. There's no way it's just me covering national weather. Well, the whole point of the show is me focusing on South Central Texas weather and some West Texas weather. Not doing national, but tonight we're doing a little bit of national. Okay, Severe Studios. That's a storm chasing look here, so I can see if any storm chasers are chasing right now. So let me grab my chair. Alright, so let's go over here. Well, we have one storm chaser, CJ. Come on, CJ, please be in the storm. He's in Milwaukee. Oh my. Okay, well, CJ, thank you for streaming tonight. Okay, livestormchasing.com. I'm just leaking all the cool websites so y'all can check out yourself today. Okay, please tell me someone's live on here. No one's live. Oh boy. We have Why are none of y'all live? We have 3 storm chasers over here, but why are none of y'all showing your streams right now? I could have showed this on live. A tornado. Y'all probably caught it on your feed, and I was unable to show it to people. Oh boy. Oh well, at least hopefully they caught something. Again, we had reports of broadcast media reported this being a confirmed tornado. So it wasn't confirmed by storm chasers, but it's always helpful to see some ground level from storm chasers. So if anyone was watching James Hilger, Kobe Ward, or Frankie Stefford, please let me know so we can maybe return. Maybe I can get their stream feed from earlier and we can watch it if a tornado happens. But again, that's the latest with that's the latest what I have right now for those areas. So again, if you're just joining us, we had a confirmed tornado on the ground in Benton County over here in northwestern Arkansas. It's no longer confirmed, but it is still radar indicated. You may be asking, where's the area of rotation? And you can see it yourself. See that yellow right there? That dark red meeting together? That's the area of circulation that's still in progress right now. You may be asking, hey David, what are the winds looking like right now with this storm? We're seeing some gusty winds upwards to 64 miles per hour, 67 miles per hour here with this tornado warning. So again, that's what's happening right now with this storm. Fun fact: where I used to live right. Am I pointing right? That says Miami. Nope. I used to live. Does it say Columbus? Nope. It's over here. I used to live right here, guys. That's where I used to live at. I used to live there for almost 11 years, and I used to do weather for this area 3.5 years ago almost. And I even covered Benton County that had that confirmed tornado a moment ago. So I'm actually kind of familiar with this area very well with tonight's coverage. So you guys heard me before say I'm not really big into doing national weather as much anymore, because when I do national weather, I don't know. I don't know much about national weather. Like, I know national weather, but when I do national weather, I have to be at the location to understand the area. And most people don't really trust you doing their weather for your area because they don't really know you. They don't even, I don't know, there's a lot of meanings behind this that some people have told me. So that's why I don't really do national weather as much. But since we're doing a little bit of national weather tonight, I've been to Oklahoma City several of times, as well as Tulsa, Oklahoma. So covering Oklahoma weather and Kansas, Missouri, and Arkansas weather, yeah, I can do that. And Texas weather. But Louisiana, never been there. In other states, never been there. California, I've been there, so I can do that. But if I've never been to a state before, I haven't been to all 50 states, but if I haven't been in a whole lot of states, I don't know. It's weird for me. I don't know. And by the way, I know every single county in this area, so it's also a good thing that I'm covering this area tonight as well as focusing on my new main viewing area, but as I'm keeping tabs on my old viewing area. And by the way, this YouTube channel started off in this area. So however, the rotation, pretty much it's there, but it isn't as strong. So that's great news. So what I'm going to do is, okay, I'm about to say, I think what we're going to do is we're going to do some Texas weather now, and they've actually canceled the tornado warning. So good news, tornado warning is gone. So now I can stop focusing on that area weather and get back to closer to home for me, I guess you could say. All right, so Here's our first special weather statement for tonight. By the way, these storms down here in Mexico and southwest Texas, these will make a run towards central Texas here in a little bit. So you're noticing two different lines of storms. One right here, then another area here. These two right here will combine together and make a direction towards northeast Texas, points northeast, and will clip portions of Mason, Llano, Burnett, Gillespie, and Blanco counties here in south central Texas. About 30 minutes ago, about 20 minutes ago, if y'all remember, we were looking at some of the weather models, high-res model runs, and they're indicating that this line of storms will actually collide together and will kind of park itself on will park itself in the hill country for a couple of hours, producing heavy rain for hours possibly, which is great because we need the rain over here really bad, especially near Lake Buchanan and the river in Gillespie County that feeds towards Lake Travis. We need water bad over there as well. So we don't mind a training effect of heavy rain for a couple hours. We don't mind it, but we don't want the severe weather. But we do have a severe thunderstorm watch until 7 a.m. for Mason County. And then we had some new updates with the storm predictions, and back to the weather models. So throughout the day today, a few isolated showers and storms are possible throughout the day for today here on Saturday. But as I've been talking about since yesterday when I posted the video, I was like, hey, we may get a supercell or two that may try to happen later this evening for today. And I think I mentioned it in my video on Wednesday as well. So I've been talking about this since Wednesday. And it's all coming together, and the agreement is starting to go very well with this. And the Storm Prediction Center has upgraded where I specifically live at to a 5% tornado risk now. So signs of me being right about this are going up, which, well, it's not a good thing to be right about tornadoes, but the forecasting was right. Besides that, again, a few supercells will try to develop between 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. later this evening. This could prompt an isolated tornado threat, large hail threat, and maybe a damaging wind threat. I should really show the new model run, but I don't have it uploaded on this particular graphic here. But later today, I will be home tomorrow. I'll be home later today. So how it's going to go is we're going to be live for several more hours tonight. In the live stream, when I think it's good to end the stream, sleep until like 12 o'clock maybe. And then wake up at 12 o'clock and get back in my weather mood at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And then get ready to do videos and streams by 6 o'clock. Maybe, I don't know. Does that sound okay? Let me know what y'all thoughts are in the chat. And if you read the title, it says live radar. Yes, I'm not going to be up. Well, I kind of want to be up all night, but I kind of don't because I got to track tomorrow's severe weather. And tomorrow's severe weather is even more concerning than tonight's severe weather. I mean, tonight's severe weather, it's barely clipping. I mean, tonight's severe weather, there's only one severe watch so I cover 18 counties. Only one county of mine under a severe watch. This is how dedicated I am to covering severe weather or covering the weather. I'm here, we've been live for over an hour, and I'm still covering weather for one county. Really, it's just one county, but I'm also covering areas towards the west. I'm just here sitting with y'all, waiting for these storms to progress eastward as they come more into central Texas. So, yeah, I'm very dedicated to this, guys. Really am. That's why I'm the only one here in central Texas, in south Texas, covering this kind of weather. But I should really sleep now and sleep in tomorrow because I literally am going to have to be up all night long tomorrow. I'm going to have to start a stream as early as 8 o'clock and a stream until 11 o'clock for potential supercells. And if anything happens, well, it's going to be really sad if something does happen because we could actually have some bad weather later this evening. But hopefully nothing happens. I mean, that would be wrong though, but I hope I'm wrong because no one wants tornadoes, especially when it's near where I live at. Don't want tornadoes near where I live at. But the possibility is there tomorrow, unfortunately. What's the next thing? And then we'll have a strong squall line of storms that will come in. So the original thinking tonight was we were not going to see a squall line of storms. This is a squall line, it's developing. And the general idea was we were not going to see squall line. And that's happening. And it could, we may have storms in Austin tomorrow morning. The general idea, guys, again, was just the hill country. We'll see some storms. But now, with some new updates, it's saying it may rain tomorrow morning in Austin. So we've had some unexpected changes here to the forecast, as you can tell. Yeah, very interesting, I know. But from what I was looking at earlier, it said storms will be the strongest in the hill country, then they would weaken as they get closer to the I-35 corridor, just like tomorrow morning's weather system. So 2 squall lines, wow. So again, tonight's weather was unpredictable with the squall line potential. We were expecting thunderstorms to develop and impact portions of the hill country, but we were not expecting a squall line, which was the unexpected part. We were expecting a cluster of storm to come in, or maybe even a broken line of storms to come in. But now new model data is suggesting that this line of storms will become thicker and will come right on top of the hill country, probably park on the hill country and produce heavy rain for about 2 or 3 hours maybe, and eventually push up towards the east to the metro and in weekend as it progresses off towards the east, and then it's out of our area, and then maybe a few isolated showers throughout the afternoon tomorrow, and then supercell potential in the evening tomorrow, and then another squall line of storms, the strongest across the hill country. So the weather, guys, is very, very interesting. Very interesting. All right, so as these storms are becoming more together out here towards San Angelo, it's mostly more of a wind threat. They're still saying quarter-size hail, but I think this is more of a wind threat. But oh, we had ping-pong-size hail. Oh, I should have been covering this. I don't see much of ping-pong-size hail in the storm, in my opinion, anymore. So, something we're watching here. Let's see. They're continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for Tom Green County until 2:15. Okay. They've issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for 5 different counties now. So 5 new counties have been issued in a severe warning in West Texas. Oh, there it is. New severe thunderstorm warning to the south of Abilene right now. Goodness gracious, look at this bow effect right here. This is indicating some strong winds with this severe warning. I'm kind of curious, what are the strong winds? Up to 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-size hail. It wouldn't surprise me if this got upgraded to 65 mile per hour wind gusts. Just looking at this bow, that's indicating some really strong winds. Quarter-size hail, where's the quarter-size hail? Right in this corridor. See some of that pink? That's indicating some of that larger hail out of this severe thunderstorm warning. Ooh, a new scan came in. Very interesting. Velocity scan. That blew. Wow. Yeah, I just saw 67 mile per hour wind gusts. So 70 mile per hour wind gusts. I just mentioned it. I wouldn't be surprised if this got upgraded to 65 mile per hour wind gusts. Maybe even 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Maybe we needed it. We're seeing considerable type severe thunderstorm warning possibility. So, very interesting. I know. New scan came in. 61, 68, so we're still seeing 72, 73 mile per hour wind gusts ongoing with this storm. So yeah, we're still seeing considerable type severe warning criteria here with this storm. This is just analyzing just through velocity too, so it's even more accurate than just plugging it in from an actual max radar system. So just to mention, guys, we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings out there in West Texas. So here in Central Texas, these storms that are severe will miss us. It's these new storms out here that will clip us. Is this an outflow boundary? It looks like we got ourselves an outflow boundary that's trying to develop right now. What is... Oh my gosh, we do. This is an outflow boundary. Wow. This is very interesting how we have an outflow boundary developing ahead of the storms. So, remember me talking about how as they get closer to the hill country, they will decide that they'll get bigger? I think that's what's trying to happen. Unless it's trying to create a supercell, that's what's going to happen. It's going to create a supercell, and then maybe it collides together. Maybe. Trying to think this through, guys. The weather has been not completely planned. I mean, we expected storms, but we were not expecting a squall line. So in my opinion, if I wanted to get myself some sleep, right now would be a good time, and to wake up at 3 in the morning. So is there even any point in me going to sleep? Or I just have to wake up in 2 hours? I mean, 2 hours, that's not bad. But then when I come back, I'm going to look super tired. Let me know what y'all think I should do. Should I continue staying on air until 6 o'clock in the morning? Or should I attempt to get some sleep ahead of storms? Again, tonight's stream, I'm mainly focusing on this area, Austin, San Antonio. Mainly focusing on this area. But these storms are expected to come through this area soon. Plus, I'm the only one that's covering thunderstorms right now. Nobody else is. I don't think here in the Lone Star State. Maybe. There's no point. I can't lie. You would feel like bad. Are you saying that if I go to sleep, there's no point of going to sleep? Or no point of being on air any longer? But what I could do is, my throat's starting to hurt for some reason. What I could do is, every here and there, I can take a break, sit, and we'll just sit, radar coverage, and then we can let the radar play itself, nice music, while I close my eyes. Wait a second. It's not a supercell, is it? No. Wait. Okay. Yes, no point of sleeping. Yeah, do that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. Would be a good idea if we're going to sleep. I mean, 2 hours of sleep wouldn't be too bad. I mean, me personally, I wouldn't mind 2 hours of sleep. But if I were to do that, I would look very tired. My words would not make sense later on. But as I continue to stream tonight and get no sleep, you see how I'm super awake right now? Y'all are going to see my energy going from, it's going to be skyrocketing down. So enjoy the next couple of hours of witnessing that. But yeah, I'll stay on air a little bit longer, or maybe most of the night, as y'all think I should do that. So I will do that. And again, there's like barely anyone covering this. So yeah, I'm quite surprised y'all are watching here at 1 o'clock in the morning. Just gonna throw that out. All right, so once again, if you guys got comments, questions, feel free to throw them in the chats. If you want me to check out a location anywhere in the United States, I'll do that as well. All right, look at this squall line of storms. See how it's like, we got a notch here, curve here, kind of a broken line here, and it's curve, 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 curve. This storm is creating some gusty winds right now. Strong winds are ongoing with this storm, or the squall line. One thing I find very interesting is how we have an outflow boundary that's been created from the storms, and we got some strong winds ahead of the strong line of storms right now in West Texas. So Again, I find that very, very interesting. Again, earlier when we were live, about 10, 15, 20 minutes ago, we were covering a confirmed tornado in Arkansas. Here we are now, no confirmed tornadoes. That's great news. Yeah, the weather tonight is just very weird. It's like, on my little break I'm going to take, I'm going to look up who's live right now, and maybe I'll be shocked. I don't know. You love rain? Me too. That's why I'm live tonight. I'm waiting for the rain to come. When there's storms in my forecast, I can never go to sleep, and you already know that. But yeah. But yeah, guys. Then to add about the sleeping thing. I'm gonna have to, we have this is a multi-day storm threat for the hill country. So tonight we got the squall line of storms for the hill country tonight, and then we got the possibility for supercells this evening, as predicted since Wednesday. I think I've been the only one that's been talking about this since Wednesday. Here in Central Texas, nobody's been talking about it until yesterday, I think. Maybe, to be generous, Thursday. But I've been the only one talking about this since Wednesday. But supercells may try to bubble up if they can. Some of these could be tornadic, so we'll see what happens. And the Storm Prediction Center is agreeing with my statements, as they have now decided to move the 5% tornado risk further down to the southeast to include more of the hill country. The chances of me being right are climbing. But we do have all the ingredients for tornadoes to happen from what I've been looking at lately. All we have to see is, how's the cap? Is it good in place? If it's not good in place, storms will erode. I need to get the cap graphic and talk about how storms develop when you're in a cap atmosphere, when you're not in cap atmosphere, or when it's weak and when it's not weak. Let's see here. It never rains anymore. I know, it never rains. It's just too dry, especially where I'm at. Exceptional drought, top tier drought. I need the rain. Yeah, I know. If anyone's watching out of state, you're probably like, why is this guy just crazy about storms off towards the west? So guys, I haven't seen rain, good rain, like this, in months. The last time I saw some good rain was probably in December, maybe, of 2024. Maybe November. One of the two. Overall, it hasn't rained. Let's see, the last time it rained here was over 12, 13, 14 days ago, maybe. To some people, that might not be very long, but it's long here in Texas. And here in Texas, we can have rain. We can have no rain for over 100 days or more. So the excitement of me wanting rain all the time, or getting excited when there's storms on the radar, it happens tonight, especially when it's spring. So again, these random outbursts of, yo, the storm's happening. Yeah, it's a Texas thing. Well, for me at least. But again, storms off towards the west. Again, this is a squall line of storms. Again, the latest updates was we were not expecting a squall line of storms to happen in the hill country, and that's going to happen. So yeah, forecasting was, we forecasted storms, which is great, but the squall line was not forecasted. I'm kind of curious. I live all the way towards Lake Buchanan and Llano County. I'm kind of curious. You think I'd be able to see the lightning, guys? I don't know. Let me see. What's our lightning tracker look like? So it's showing a few lightning strikes here and there. I don't see any lightning popping up ahead of this. And this is like roughly 90 miles away from me. Lightning from a storm could travel hundreds of miles away. So, maybe. But these storms have recently kind of developed, so I think I would have to wait maybe another 30 minutes. I haven't seen rain in 2 days. Well, lucky you. Lucky you. What is rain? I'm going to be honest. What is rain? That's what I say during the summer. What is rain? So right now, the entire show of weather is in Texas right now. Meanwhile, there's only 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 in Illinois and 2 in Texas. So, yeah, it is a battle. Well, it hit a different state. It always rains in the summer. It never stops. Rain and humidity. Well, you're lucky for the rain. I barely get any rain over here during the summer. What is rain during the summer, right? That's how most Texans here say it. All right, this storm. Let's go. Okay. I'm going to go back to, unfortunately, I got to lock in with this storm. The storm is starting to grab my attention. Crazy. Okay, guys. So we're starting to see an outflow boundary come out of this storm. So strong winds are coming out of the storm here, but we're starting to see a kink with this. So if you guys remember earlier in northwestern Oklahoma, we tracked a storm that was very similar, looking like this. This actually dropped a tornado with wind speeds up to 75 miles per hour in northwestern Arkansas, and it looked just like this. So I'm not saying a 75 mile per hour wind tornado is going to happen. I'm saying that the signs are increasing. And why am I saying that? We got warm air. So warm air here, cooler air here. As they meet together, potential rotation may try to happen. And we have this open area. Circulation is warm air fuels in to this cooler air where the rain's occurring. Again, that's when they meet together, and that's where some rotation may try to happen. Again, this probably just popped up, so there's probably not a lot of rotation with this. Hey, I was wrong. Velocity. There is some indication, so that red right here, that is some warm air coming to the storm. Is blue and green. That's strong winds, but that's cooler air. So cooler air here, this is a positive tilt. Negative tilt is red. Negative, cool. Actually, it's backwards in weather term of language, guys. So negative is warm, positive, cool. We got the positive. This is cooler air. Negative is warmer air. Hopefully that makes sense. But we're tracking that. How strong are the winds, maybe asking? We're talking about wind speeds 62, 67, 71 mile per hour winds. So yeah, some strong winds are occurring here with this storm this evening. It's not fair. I know. We're 100 degrees while it's raining. It's not 100 degrees when it's raining. That happens sometimes here. Sometimes it's like 107 degrees and it rains. Then it drops us down to like 90 degrees for a brief 5 minutes, and it's near triple digits with super high humidity. 15 minutes later, I remember that from 2 summers ago. My first time moving to Texas 2 years ago, had some rain. It was in triple digits. It was like 112 degrees, I think, and then it went down to like 96 degrees while it was raining. Rain stopped. Humidity was skyrocketing crazy, and temperatures were already back in the triple digits. So Texas weather's very insane. All right, so rotation with this storm is not the best yet. Hopefully it stays like that yet. But again, we got the warmer air coming in. Cool air is here. The kink is coming in. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation, so good news. Well, one thing that's keeping my eyes on is this outflow boundary that's starting to develop. So we're getting some. This storm is quite strong. So ahead of the storm, strong winds are occurring. So very, very interesting. I know. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for that's Callahan, Coleman, Taylor, Shackleford, and Runnels counties in west central Texas until 2:45 this morning for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. There is a tornado watch where the severe thunderstorm warning is at, so tornadoes are primed in this particular area this evening. Then we have a severe thunderstorm warning in downtown San Angelo. San Angelo's been under a severe warning since I first went live. San Angelo's been under a severe warning for more than an hour and 40 minutes. So, San Angelo, wow. Scared of Texas. Uh-oh. What state are you in? Okay. But again, San Angelo has some storms ongoing right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds, quarter-size hail. Tom Green County is under this warning right now in west central Texas. Again, this is barely a severe warning, but it is warning. And then just to the south of there, we have a special weather statement for El Dorado. Special weather statement for strong winds, 50 to 55 mile per wind, some nickel-sized hail. Radar indicated for Tom Green, Crockett, Sutton counties until 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh boy. So that's something that we're watching right now. It looks like we got a little tiny supercell has decided to pop up. Again, these are like supercells that are popping up, but they're in clusters. And when they become clusters, the tornado threat just goes down, but the wind threat increases, and so does the hail threat. So, very interesting. The updrafts with these storms are probably insane. We got a new tornado warning. I was right! New tornado warning in Texas. Oh my gosh, I was right. Oh, boy. There we go. Tornado warning got issued. Wow. Okay, so I was mentioning this moments ago. I was saying, with the warm air, oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, breathe. I was right. Okay, so, where you may be asking, where's the rotation? It's right here. Okay, so right here's the rotation, and you'd be seeing, okay, so I was talking about how we have some warm air and cool air coming in. Well, that perfectly set up, and that's thrown out a new tornado warning. Up to 60 mile per hour wind speeds, wow, with this tornado warning that I was correct about. So, again, tornado warning in effect. This includes Callahan County until 2:45, for the Battle Road around 2:10 and Putman around 2:20 in the morning. With this new tornado warning, I got some people that are in Abilene, which is right up here. Abilene, you are not under a tornado warning, but just to your southeast, we do have a tornado warning in effect right now. Wow, we got a patchy area of strong winds right now, possibly strong winds upwards to 65 miles per hour, 64, 67 mile per hour wind gusts. So yeah, some very strong winds. But where we have this tornado warning in play right now, it's this two dots, these two little pixels. That's where the tornado is rotating at right now. I don't know. You're like, how did National Weather Service catch this? I think this was automated, but still, very interesting. Correlation coefficients. Is this on the ground? There's no way this thing's on the ground. And the rotation's gone just like that. But there's strong winds still. But correlation coefficient. What? Wait, is this on the ground? Oh wait, okay. Velocity shows it's no longer rotating, but correlation coefficient shows this area where we did have some of that rotation, and now it's indicating like it's on the ground. How do they know how it's going to rain? How you know it's about to rain is you have to, well, there's a lot of science behind this, obviously, but number one thing that would be more understanding, I guess I could say, is looking at computer weather models like GFS, Euro, Pivot Weather is a good site to use to look at weather models. That's how most meteorologists know how to predict like rain and storms coming to people's neck of the woods. Okay. I am actually curious about this here. Is this a tornado anymore or not? Moments ago, there was 2 pixels. That's where we had a tornado rotating. Very weak, but there was rotation. New scan came in, it's gone. But looking at correlation coefficients, it matched up nearly perfect, and it's acting like a tornado's on the ground. So I just don't know. I'm going to wait for a new scan to come out. If I still see this, I'm going, it's on the ground. If it's not like this anymore. It's not on the ground. So as of right now, I got uncertainty with this, but if there's something on the ground, it's near County Road 604. So very interesting. I know. New scan came out. Doesn't look like it's on the ground anymore, or if it was. So where exactly is the rotation? I can't find it. There's no way they've issued a tornado warning for this area. This is just strong winds. That could be a considerable severe warning. I don't see why that's a tornado warning. Where would the confirmed tornado be at? I mean, no, this is not confirmed. Where would the tornado be at? Wait, is this it right here? I mean, this would only make sense if there was a tornado rotating. This would make sense if it was right here. And this is the only area of wind field, so it would make sense. It looks like it looks like this area of rotation is like circulating. We had area spin here, and then now it's jumped over here. It's like jumping around. This is interesting. I haven't seen this kind of weather in a while. This reminds me of the Oklahoma. This reminds me when I did the Oklahoma severe weather coverage. I got over, I think, over like 50,000 views on Twitter, where we were covering like 20 different unconfirmed tornadoes, and literally 10 days later, they were all confirmed, being like damage was reported after covering unwarned multiple different tornadoes. I'm not saying this is confirmed right now, but this is giving me some flashbacks of when we did that like 4 months ago in Oklahoma. Yeah, this storm, I think the area of rotation has been jumping around because we had an area circulation here, and then it's gone, and then here we go. Another area of spin has popped up. Again, very weird. Look at correlation coefficient, not seeing it. What about the winds? We didn't look at that. Ooh, yeah, up to 50 miles per hour, 54. But yeah, interesting. Once again, if you guys have any comments, questions, have any feedback, want me to check out a location and anywhere in the United States, feel free to let me know, throw it in the chats, as I do have eyes on the chat this evening. Of course, the stream is more entertaining when y'all say stuff. It makes me less bored, and make me want to less get off air when there's people talking to, because it's not just me talking, because it makes me think I'm not just talking to nobody. Just to throw that out. Okay, anyways. Again, area of rotation, possibly right here. I'm going to wait for one more scan, and we're going to see what this does. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. That's where we have rotation. It's right here. Confirming it, rotation is right here, just right around 283. County Road 283, this is where we got rotation right now. Again, this just crossed over 283 right now in Callahan County and west central Texas right now. Again, guys, we have a tornado warning in Callahan County right now until 2:45 for tornado and potential quarter-sized hail with this warning here. The area of circulation, area of rotation is right where this little blip of green is at. You may be asking, what is this? This is not a tornado back here. This is strong winds. Right here is also strong winds, but when you see green and blue matched together and blue blipping like that, that's an indication of where we got some rotation happening with this tornado warning in Callahan County. So, again, very, very interesting, I know. We started off with 2 little pixels, and then it disappeared. Then it traveled maybe 5 miles northeast. So once again, tornado warning in effect right now in west central Texas in Callahan County. here in Texas, we have 1 tornado warning and 3 severe thunderstorm warnings right now this late evening. Alright, just to throw this out, if y'all are, or hopefully y'all are enjoying this coverage tonight, make sure to like the stream if you want. If you know anyone that's in the potential for severe weather tonight in the Lone Star State or is closer to where I live at, feel free to share the stream or the channel over to them as I'm trying to grow here on the channel. Recently we hit 1,000 subscribers, which is a big milestone for me at least. So thank you to everybody that's subscribed and been sticking around here on the channel for more than a couple weeks, months, hours, or even today. So thank you to everybody. Alright, so once again, monitoring the activity, and if anybody, I highly doubt it, but if anyone's in this tornado warning right now, again, I highly doubt anyone is, but if you are in the storm, here's what I want you to do, if you can do it safely at least. Tag me on X, tag me on Instagram at DavidALFWX. I want to see what's going on if you're chasing the storm or in the tornado warning. If you can do it safely, again, if you can do it safely somehow, give me a picture, give me a video. I want to know what's happening out there right now. But again, do it safely if you can. Again, I'm not forcing you to, but a highly recommended thing to do is move indoors now, take cover now, move to the interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. And new scanner came in. I don't see much of rotation anymore. Okay, new update. They have shortened up the tornado warning. Tornado warning continues for Callahan County. Okay, this can't be the area of rotation. Where is it? Is it this blip green? It's one of these two, I think, that's the tornado rotating. Again, this storm has been all over the place. I've had 2 different areas of rotation, and now, okay, what I think they're going to do is, since they've just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, I think they're going to cancel the tornado warning here in the next probably 30 seconds or 1 minute from now. So usually how it goes is when you see a new severe warning that pops up on top of a tornado warning, that typically means they're about to cancel it and let the severe warning take over. Because I'm going to be honest, I don't see much rotation with this tornado warning. I mean, if there's rotation, it's either this blip right here or this blip over here. But the storm in general has been cycling all over the place because we had air rotation for the southwest, another air rotation over here, and then now it's somehow jumped over here. So I don't know what's going on. So yeah, they're gonna. Okay, actually, wait. What am I doing? I have the National Weather Service chat on my computer, on my TV over here. So I have the San Angelo weather chat here, and they have not even mentioned anything about canceling it or anything. So that helps my case out big time. It does not, but it says continuing severe thunderstorm warning. They've continues tornado warning. So yeah, nothing new on that note there. So tornado warning continues, focusing on Austin, San Antonio area, which is the whole point. We're live almost. They just updated this. They're saying monitoring 2 line of thunderstorms that are taking shape in the southern Edwards Platte over the next few hours. One is the Atlantic City from San Angelo into rural Tyrrell and Viverita counties, and another developing southwest of Del Rio across Mexico. These storms could grow, become strong to perhaps even severe. That was at 1 o'clock this morning. Then a new update at 2:06 said a severe thunderstorm warning for Valverde County for south with large hail moving across from Mexico. And that's actually in the EWX Storm Austin San Antonio National Service viewing area. So it would make sense that I would cover that, I would think. But we don't cover that area. But still, I can cover it if I want. So yeah, they did issue that severe warning. But again, tornado warning apparently still continues here. As you can see from the weather chat behind me. I have it purposely brightened up behind me for specific various reasons. Checking out this alert system here that we have on screen. You can see all the alerts here in the last little bit. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings, and then that tornado warning in Callahan, Texas. Man, I think the next thing I'm gonna have to do here is, let's see, I had a Dr. Pepper. Y'all know me, I'm a big Dr. Pepper person. I had some Dr. Pepper earlier around 8 o'clock. Finished it around 9 o'clock. This is a regular 24-liter bottle, I think. And I've been drinking some ice, strawberry watermelon. I think what I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to give me a Dr. Pepper here at 2 o'clock in the morning. Drink me a Dr. Pepper. I don't know. It keeps me energetic. I don't know. Alright. I have completely lost my mood of everything right now. One second. I was trying to give y'all a live look right now in Bee Cave, but the camera isn't working. Yeah, camera's like down or something. Does my Nashville camera work? In a second, we're gonna do some spying real quick on people in Nashville, Tennessee, real quick. Let's see here, Nashville, Tennessee. Is it working? Okay, camera works. Why is there so many people outside right now? I did not man, Nashville, Tennessee that location's really popping off right now. Wow. Okay, I didn't know people were up at this time. Okay. Alright, oh, I forgot my clicker. Okay. Alright, let's get back. Oh boy. Okay, let's get back to our serious professional mode now. I had to get a little bit of non-ness out of me. I don't know. Okay. So, latest updates from the National Weather Service. They have decided to continue this tornado warning for Callahan County. This goes until 2:45 in the morning here in west central Texas, around the I-20 area. You may be asking, where's the area of rotation? It is potentially right in this area. Again, I don't have a 100% clear idea where it's at, but potentially two little pockets of where some of that rotation could be at. Then right behind that heavy swath of white you just saw there, that is some strong winds right now with this tornado warning. So again, something we'll continue to watch here. Once again, if you guys have any comments, questions, stuff like that, feel free to throw that in my direction. I do have the live chat pulled up on my phone. Alright. Heads up towards Rock Springs in southwest Texas. A storm could be coming y'all's way here soon. Severe thunderstorm warning here in effect for Valverde County until 3 o'clock in the morning for quarter-size hail with this severe warning here. Damage to vehicles is expected with the storm here. But once again, we have this San Angelo no longer under a severe warning. Once again, we have a tornado warning just near Abilene right now. This early morning here, and you can see the tornado warning for Callahan County until 2:45, quarter-size hail with this. Let's see if we can retry and find the area of rotation. Can't see it the best, but you can see some two. Okay, boom, there we go. Alright, I think what they're going to do is, I think, from my understandings here, I think they're going to cancel the tornado warning. Because, me personally, I don't see much of rotation, and typically how it goes is when they extend out a new severe warning and don't throw out a new tornado warning, that's a clear indicator that tornado warning is gone and a severe warning is going to take over. Especially if it says tornado possible. Please tell me it says tornado possible. It does not. So, I mean, how long left until the warning is here? 26 minutes? I mean, again, I don't see much rotation occurring with this tornado warning. What in the world happened to the radar? So, again, my personal opinion, I don't see much rotation with this storm here. From past experience with extensions and new severe warnings, that means the tornado warning is about to get dropped. Still watching it though. Let's see what the National Service chat is saying. Don't see anything new. And they've just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning they've just updated the severe thunderstorm warning on top of the tornado warning. So that means they're about to update the tornado warning, which hopefully it's canceled or expired. Because again, I'm not seeing much rotation with this. But what they can tell you is there's strong winds. These little kinks indicating strong winds. Anything rotating or anything trying to rotate between these kinks? No. But there is a strong wind force right in this area that I just had my hand over. I believe towards like the Strawn area, TV stations in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, I believe they cover like Strawn. So if you have any TV stations you watch in DFW, if you live in North Texas, I believe your Western counties probably just got issued in the morning. Because I have a TV app, multiple TV apps for North Texas, and I got spam with notifications. So I'd assume Strawn is part of DFW's viewing area. So new severe warning in the DFW viewing area if you watch TV over there, like antenna, cable, TV. They're still continuing the tornado warning. I mean, again, I don't see much rotation with this. I guess what I'm thinking is the tornado. I guess this is the tornado warning right here. I mean, earlier when they just issued the tornado warning earlier, I had a clear idea where it was at, and then it disappeared. I was like, where did it go? And then it recycled, and then I saw it again for 2 scans, and it's disappeared ever since then. In the last 5 to 7 minutes, and I still have no clue where a tornado is possibly at now. So if y'all know where the rotation is happening at, please tag me on Twitter at DavidALFWX, so I have an idea where this is at, because I have no clue where rotation's happening. All I can tell you is there's wind with this. You can see the bow effects occurring in. Bow effect. So there's strong winds. I just can't examine exactly where a tornado is probably happening. Let's go. I was right. Okay, tornado warning's gone. They dropped it. I think they were tired of hearing me talk about, why is there a tornado warning? I don't see rotation. Where is it at? Yeah. So how's it? So if you're new to the channel, here's how it goes. I was right 2 times in a row about before tornado warnings get issued. So just about an hour ago almost, we were covering a tornado warning in Benton County in Florida, not in Florida, in Arkansas. And I was looking at the winds and velocity. I saw over 75 mile per hour winds. I was like, there's no way it was tornado warned. And then I was like, looking at the winds, I saw 75 mile per hour winds. I was like, how is this not a confirmed tornado? 0.0003 seconds later, they upgraded it to a confirmed tornado. I was right. Unfortunately, I was right. And then, before this tornado warning got issued earlier this morning, like 3 minutes before, I was like, hey guys, in Arkansas, we had a storm that looked very similar to this in Arkansas here in Texas, and I was breaking down the velocity, how we have the warm tilts and the negative tilts and the velocity signatures, the cooler air, the warmer air, and then just 5 minutes later, they issued us a tornado warning, and I was right. So tonight is my night with being right about tornado warnings. Unfortunately, just add that part there. All right, unfortunately. All right, so good news, it's gone. So me yapping about, hey, I don't see rotation, I was right. Okay, Once again, there's 2 severe warnings for that. We have strong storms further off towards the west, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now, down towards just right around Mexico and southwest Texas right now. Just got a new update from a mesoscale discussion, so we're going to go ahead and scroll down, click on mesoscale. They've just, okay, yep, let's see here, what are they thinking here? Mesoscale discussion, severe thunderstorm watch continues. It says severe threat will likely continue across west central Texas over the next couple of hours. Large hail, severe gusts will be the primary threats, but a tornado will be possible. Okay, so we'll have to keep our eyes on for maybe another tornado. Again, for the past hour and a half that we've been streaming, I was right 2 times about tornadoes. The one in Arkansas was like, this house is not a confirmed tornado. 0.0003 seconds later, confirmed. And then me talking about this storm in Texas near Abilene was like, house is not a tornado warning. I was breaking down the reasonings on why this should be one, and 5 minutes later, tornado warning. So, trust me tonight, we'll see what happens. An isolated one, we'll see. I'm the tornado wrangler at the Weather Center this evening. Anyways. Broken line of organized storms with a few storms being severe. Says hail up to 2 inches or greater. They've actually updated the peak tornado intensity now, much stronger now. Okay. So again, these storms out in West Texas, West Central Texas, will make a dive to the hill country here soon. Here in Central Texas, eventually coming to where I live at. So, obviously, I'm looking forward to it here very, very soon. Oh. Once again, if you guys have any questions, comments, stuff like that, feel free to throw that my way. I have the live chat, of course, on my phone. Let's see here. Chances are increasing for a few thunderstorms that direction. Sorry about that, guys. I had a few comments from viewers that I'm trying to return back over on social media. So I'm trying to respond back to comments. Okay. Anything else? Let's see. Once again, if you are just new tuning into the channel, appreciate y'all tuning in this evening. To help me out is to like the stream if you want. The reason why I'm saying liking the stream is because when y'all like the stream, it recommends it more to people out there. So I guess the more likes on the stream people get usually, that's when more people start to see it on their recommended. So definitely would help out a lot. And then subscribing also helps out as well. So if y'all are new, just to break down things here on the Storm TV Network Weather Channel, we cover weather mainly in the Austin, San Antonio area. That's, well, let me just show you what the coverage area looks like. It looks like this right here. This is the viewing area. And tonight we're focusing on weather in West Central Texas, just outside of the viewing area. But we don't just specifically localize in Austin, San Antonio. We also do national weather as well. So we kind of do multiple in between coverage areas, but if you do subscribe to the channel, we're mainly focusing on Austin, San Antonio area weather for at least the next a month and a half, 2 months, and then we're also probably state of Texas weather too. And then probably over the summer, we may have a break on making videos and stuff, and once we get into fall, content returns back to Austin, San Antonio, but we'll probably do some national weather as well during the summertime. So again, just throwing other information you guys' way if you're all new to the channel. But if you're new, well, hello. Okay. So most of these storms out in West Texas are just strong storms. I don't really see much of a. I mean, these are severe, but they're not. Well, one is severe. One is severe. The rest are strong. I mean, I just don't know. To say right now. I mean, this isolated storm in particular, pretty strong looking. So yeah, multiple isolated storms that are in clusters right now on the radar. Again, tonight we're not anticipating a whole lot to happen. Later, or tonight is, well, technically tonight is later tonight since it's morning time right now pretty much. But let me go ahead and sit down for this. So here in South Central Texas, we're going to have multiple severe weather threats. This is just round one. Tonight's threat, it should not be as severe from what most things are looking like right now. But as we get into this evening between 8 p.m. to 11 p.m., this is where we're going to have to keep our eyes on for maybe a few supercells that may try to happen even near where I live at. Actually, not even near where I live at. So I'm going to have to be on watch, and I'm going to have to be not tired for that to happen so I can say the right words if we actually do see tornadic weather in my area this evening. And then the squall line of storms that we're seeing right now in West Texas, well, we'll have another one of those happen, develop a little bit further northwest in Texas, but this will be more stronger later tonight, going into Easter Sunday morning, and that will impact where I live at once again. So again, tonight's severe threat isn't as strong as what we were anticipating. I mean, I was expecting strong storms in West Texas, but I wasn't really, I don't know. There's a severe thunderstorm watch in Mason County. That's why we're live tonight. If there was no severe watch in Mason County, I don't think I would be live tonight. But we are live tonight. But again, the worst of the weather will happen later this evening going into tonight. So hopefully this is some good reasonings, but I think, in my honest opinion, I think it's probably best if I go to sleep now. I think it might be best if I go to sleep right now. And then don't wake up. Even if I hear thunderstorms, don't wake up. Which will be very hard for me not to, because I love thunderstorms. Every time there's a thunderstorm, I'm always awake for it. Because later this evening, again, so right now I'm just relying on models right now. I'm just relying on them really hardly later this evening, and I'm just going with if they can develop, we'll see severe weather, and if they don't, well, I don't know, but we'll definitely have a strong squall line of storms tomorrow night. Later tonight. So again, in my honest opinion, I think it's best if I go to sleep right now. And let's see what my local weather app is saying real quick. I'm kind of curious what it's saying with like timing of storms and when it could come into my area. So it's saying thunderstorms should directly hit where I live at around 3 o'clock in the morning, but it's only a 30% chance. It goes up to a 60% at 6 a.m. So between 5 and 6 a.m., that's when I may see some severe weather, some strong to severe storms near where I live at, which I think could be a good timing when I wake up. So I could get a good 2.5, 3 hours, maybe 3 hours and a half of sleep probably, which every minute counts because I'll be tired. I'm kind of tired now. I'm not really tired, but I'm kind of tired. My throat's starting to hurt, and I've been talking to y'all nonstop for 2 hours and 7 minutes. So I kind of need the break. And if I take breaks, I kind of lose my weather mood after. So yeah. So the next thing that I think I should do is, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the stream running up all night. If you read the title, it says live radar. So we'll have the radar playing all night long tonight, or all time long this morning. But how it's going to go is, if I hear storms or if my weather radio goes off, I will come back. We'll continue our coverage. But again, there's not a whole lot happening in the local perspective of my viewing areas. So I think it's okay for me to get off air. Again, later this evening, that's when things will be more concerning. If things can develop in an overnight. So again, hopefully it's understandable. I really hope it's understandable. Hopefully it makes sense. If it doesn't, feel free to message me on Twitter at DavidALFWX so I can try my best to make it even more understandable. But again, it's kind of a situation where I just have to go with what my gut's telling me to do. And yeah. Before I go, let's check the radar here one more time to see if any new changes have occurred. Doesn't look like much at all. So yeah. What would be the best radar? I'm going to keep it on the Sanangelo radar because when I'm asleep, I won't be changing the radar. So I'll probably get these storms impacting Mason County is probably what I'll get later. That's probably what I'll get. It kind of looks like we're getting some convection starting to pop up ahead of the storm. So we'll have to see what happens with that here in the next little bit. I don't know. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going to let the radar be on screen. Again, I'll wake up if I hear thunder, probably. Because that's usually how it goes. When I hear thunder, I immediately wake up. Wow. Yawning already. When my weather radio goes off, it's like a nightmare. It's like a horror. The weather radio is so loud and annoying, but I love it. So that could wake me up too. So I got two different ways to wake me up, either thunderstorm or my weather radio. So hopefully one of those two wakes me up, but if nothing happens, well, nothing happens, and I don't come back for a good cause, hopefully. But yeah. So again, the reason why I'm going to sleep is because it's going to be a very long evening and night tomorrow. Like, I'm going to be streaming probably until 6 o'clock in the morning. I mean, storms will happen until probably like mid-morning tomorrow, and will also be the same thing this morning as well. But tomorrow's event should be more stronger and more closer to home. I mean, this is pretty close to home here in Central Texas, but I think it's gonna be I think tomorrow's storms will be worse, especially that supercell potential. So the sooner I get sleep now, the more I'll be up, the more updates and more informed I can get, and the more prepared I can get for tracking storms later tomorrow evening and later this evening and later tonight. So, anyways, I think I've said my piece here. I think I've said everything there. Once again, how it's gonna go is I'm gonna let the radar be on. I'm going to be up for probably about 15-20 more minutes, and I'm going to go to sleep. The reason why I'm up 15-20 minutes after what I'm saying I'm going to bed is because I'm just checking the radar and checking other social platforms to see what's going on and what's up. So, anyways, you guys take care. Have a wonderful night. Again, the stream says live radar, so we'll have the radar up all night long tonight. Hello there, Christopher Vlogs. Let's see here. You want to be a weatherman too. You're in high school. Any advice? You're a junior in high school. Wow. I'm supposed to be a junior in high school as well, but I'm actually a sophomore this year. But any advice? I'm gonna be honest. I'm not good with advice, but let's see here. What can I think here? Before you get on camera, like recording a video or streaming, know what you're going to talk about. It's always important. Know what you're going to show. Practice before you go live, or well, that could also help. But also practice before you do a video. So, well, when you're live, you kind of have to go with the flow. A lot of things happen when you're live. But when it comes to making videos, you can do a lot of editing, cuts, and stuff like that. That's always helpful. When it comes to live streaming, you gotta get the general idea on how things will work. I guess when you're live, go with the flow, obviously. But when it makes videoing, obviously, is a lot easier. When it comes to streaming, now it's a little bit more difficult. But always, I don't know, go with the flow. It's pretty basic to say, but that's pretty much how I do it. I'm just going with my flow. My flow is working okay, I think. So, because some of you are watching, so my go with my flow is working tonight. So, and my going with the flow was right about 2 tornado warnings this evening or this morning. So, yeah. Again, just depends. Are you gonna start making videos? Are you gonna do streaming as well? Are you just gonna be doing streaming only? You're gonna do combined content? Are you gonna do like local weather? Are you doing national weather? Kind of depends exactly what you're gonna be doing, but again, go with the flow is the thing. But again, the top number one thing to do or know is know what you're talking about, know what you're going to do, and be confident in what you're going to be talking about. That's the one thing that I have kind of been struggling this year, is being confident in my words with forecasting. Because if y'all have watched some of my videos the last couple of weeks, I've been saying if things can happen. I don't like being wrong about the weather, ever. So me saying the word if helps me a lot. It's probably some bad advice right there to give you, but yeah. But anyways, again, I don't know, those advice tips I gave you are horrible. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. All I can say is just know what you're going to be talking about. Know what you're going to be doing. Those are the most important things. Because myself, mainly me doing streams is why we have over 1,000 subscribers around the YouTube channel. It's just me streaming. And how it goes with me is I have to look at what the event is supposed to be at, where is it at. But when I'm live, a lot of things happen when I'm live. A lot of changes. Sometimes the unexpected happens. And you kind of just got to memorize and practice in behind the scenes. Even when there's no weather happening, you got to practice on in case like a worst case scenario were to happen, like today, where we had a confirmed tornado unexpectedly in northwestern Arkansas. Even though I was predicting, I was saying earlier, this should be a confirmed tornado. 0.00003 seconds later, upgraded to confirm. I was like, oh boy, I was right, but I need to stop saying I was right every time there's a confirmed tornado. I need to stop saying that and talk about where to go. At least we don't have over 100,000 subscribers, because I would be just screaming, I'm right. Guys, I love tornadoes. When I say I'm right all the time is because I get excited when I'm right about forecasting. So it's not intentioned. I don't know. I need to stop talking. All right, so you guys have a good night. Radar will play itself. Christopher, hopefully that helped you. I'm not really best with tips, unfortunately, or advice. I don't know. All I do is go with the flow. That's what I do. Go with the flow. But there's other things I added. Definitely look into that. But junior year in high school, that's awesome. But yeah, guys, that's what I got for now. You guys have a wonderful night or morning. I'll come back. Who knows when? I may not even come back. I may just end the stream 4 hours from now. We'll see. Or maybe even 8 hours from now. Who knows? I don't know. I'm getting to this part where I'm like sarcastic. Okay, that's the time to get off. That's how y'all know I get sarcastic when I'm tired. It's weird. Okay. You guys have a good night. Appreciate y'all tuning in. I'll see you guys back here probably later today. Again, we're going to have another live stream likely this evening and later tonight, tracking the potential for supercells where I live at. Yeah, where I live at. And then those could drop tornadoes possibly. So we'll see what happens with that. If they can happen. And then most likely a strong to severe squall line of storms that will happen later this evening. So for the meantime, again, I appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. I will see y'all back here. More updates of the weather here at the Weather Center, here at the Storm Austin San Antonio Weather Center. But for the meantime, you guys take care. Have a great night. One second. You said your knee could have told you weather was changing. That's interesting. Your knee could tell you the weather's changing? Oh, wow. Yeah, I've heard that before. I've heard some people say that. I've heard people say my arm gets tingly when storms are forecasted. Okay. Okay. Alright. Very interesting. Why is you should become your knee needs to become a meteorologist. Okay. Good night, guys. Hey there, everybody. Chief Forecaster David. I gotta fix something real quick. All right, there we go. For some reason, the Storm network, whatever, computer, I don't know, has to be resetted or something. So we are gonna reset it. I don't know why it needs resetted, but we are resetting it. I specifically told him that I don't think it's a good idea to restart our devices tonight because we're live, but I'm not the one that's completely, well, I run Storm, but I'm not the one that completely like runs our hardware, the streaming and stuff. Well, tonight I do the streaming, but I'm not the one that like runs our side technology. We have, I don't know, they design, I don't know, the develop, design, it's, I don't know, it's a whole lot of explaining that I feel very tired to do. So, as y'all can tell, I'm all ready to go to bed. I have my nice shirt off. Well, nice shirt off. So I know a lot of y'all were enjoying the music, right? And that's really boring when I'm doing the weather. So, getting the music back and going just for y'all. No, don't connect to that. Oh boy, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Whew. Alright. Alright, so I'm getting the screen loading. I know, my apologies, guys. Some random update. Came out. I'm glad I came back to my stream on my phone, because I went on my phone to see what the stream was looking like, and it said device is going to restart. So I'm like, oh crap. And then I came back to my room, and I came just in time to save the stream with y'all not, for the rest of the night, y'all would have saw a black screen. So I fixed it in time. I'm here on time. Again, I am not streaming for the rest of tonight. I was planning to be done streaming for the rest. Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? Guys, you never saw me awake. I'm actually asleep right now. We have a weather alert approaching my county I cover. Oh boy. Okay, I'm going to bed. I'll see y'all tomorrow morning, okay? It's already tomorrow morning. I'll see y'all here in a little bit. I don't want to cover storms right now. I was ready to go to sleep. I'm not even prepared. I have my lights turned off in here except for the main light and that light. I'm going to have my nice shirt on, so I better go to sleep, right? Okay. So, I live in this county over here. I don't live here, but I live like 20 miles northeast of this city here. If this continues going this way, and if it does become severe, I'll hear it on my radio. And if it goes severe warnings, I will come back and we'll go live. I swear, if it goes severe warning in 30 minutes, I am not coming back. Even though you'll hear me come back saying, come on, 30 minutes of just laying in bed? Yeah. Okay. Alright, so that's what we're going to do. One thing I want to point out, guys, it is 74 degrees right now. The humidity is at 86%. It is moisty out there. Whew. Okay. Alright, I'm going to bed. Even though there's a weather alert approaching the viewing area, even though there's a severe thunderstorm watch in Mason County, I'm going to bed. Even though there's thunderstorms coming to Mason County, I'm going to bed. Even though there's a special weather statement, maybe severe zone, coming to Mason County, I'm going to bed. I am tired. Well, I'm tired. I'm not tired at all. But I just don't really feel like covering the weather right now. I don't know. This looks like mainly strong storm threat. It doesn't look like it'll be severe. I hope not. If it becomes severe, So, if it becomes severe, I'm going to know it went severe, but act like I never knew, okay? Act like I was never here, guys, okay? I'll see y'all tomorrow morning. I'll see y'all. It's ready tomorrow morning. I will see y'all later today. I mean, one second. How strong are the winds? Oh, it's almost a severe thunderstorm warning. I need to get off air right now. What's the velocity look like? Nothing rotating. Now, if there's rotation, I would stay, but there's nothing. Okay. Alright, I need to stop yapping. Alright, guys. Good night. Officially good night. I'll probably see y'all back here in like 30 minutes, probably. I hope not. But we'll see y'all later. Good night, guys. Here's the radar. Okay.
thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the upper 50s. South winds 15 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 35 miles per hour. Chance of rain 70%. Sunday, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the morning, then mostly sunny in the afternoon. Less humid with highs in the upper 70s. West winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Sunday night, clear. Lows in the lower 50s. Northeast winds around 5 miles per hour. Monday, sunny. Highs in the mid-80s. East winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, clear in the evening, then becoming partly cloudy. Lows in the upper 50s. Tuesday, partly cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-80s. Chance of rain 40%. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms. Showers likely, mainly in the evening. Lows in the lower 60s. Chance of rain 60%. Wednesday, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs around 80. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday night, cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Lows in the mid-60s. Chance of rain 50%. Thursday, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs around 80. Chance of rain 70%. Thursday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Lows in the mid-60s. Chance of rain 50%. Friday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then becoming partly cloudy. A chance of showers. A slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 80s. Chance of rain 30%. You're listening to NOAA weather radio station WWF91 in Llano, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.425 MHz, originating from the Austin San Antonio Weather Forecast Office. The current time is 7:24 a.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in San Angelo has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern McCulloch County in west central Texas, northwestern Mason County in west central Texas, southwestern San Saba County in west central Texas, until 8 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:18 a.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Streeter, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be near Grit, Camp Air, Katemsi, and Mason around 7:25 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Fredonia around 7:35 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Boca around...
Alrighty, good morning, South Central Texas. Chief Forecaster David streaming live on the Storm TV Network Weather Channel. I just woke up about 5-7 minutes ago. Woke up to the alert of a severe thunderstorm warning for Mason County, and we do have that warning in effect right now. As you can see on our radar, we have that severe warning in effect. We have a special weather statement on top of that, but again, a severe thunderstorm warning. We had a severe thunderstorm watch for Mason County, which expired at 7 o'clock this morning. That's gone now, but we do have this severe warning that's gotten issued for Missoula, Mason, and San Saba counties until 8 o'clock this morning, again for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. With this warning right now this morning, this is near the Streeter area, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Very good, healthy looking storm right now. If we go ahead and take a look at our velocity track here, Nothing rotating with the storm, which is great news. But if we go to our vertical integrated liquid map here, you can see where the large hail is happening right in this corridor. So probably in the city of Mason right now, seeing some impacts with some likely large hail occurring this morning. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that's just gotten issued from the National Weather Service moments ago this morning. Again, just woke up, so after going to bed at 3 in the morning, because we were covering severe weather. Let's see, 4 hours of sleep, not too bad, right? So again, monitoring the severe warning. We're gonna do a live report outside. So we need to go from blue mode to red mode. Alright, so we're going to do a live report outside because I live literally next door to this severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see here. I need to join streaming stuff. Joy. Okay, so we're going to do a live report outside, guys. Okay, I just woke up. Severe thunderstorm warning popped up, and I was like, oh, darn. Alright, let's see here. Oh wait, my mic wasn't on. My mic wasn't on. Okay. So I was doing a report saying severe thunderstorm warning is issued for Mason County here in Central Texas, but that didn't go so well. But thank you, Lisa. Hey, good morning, Lisa. Too. But yeah, look at that severe warning right here. I live right over here, so let's do a report again. Alright, attention number 2, my microphone should be on this time. A severe thunderstorm warning for Mason County till 8 o'clock this morning. It's 7:30 right now here on this Saturday morning. If you look up towards the west, we got some dark clouds, darker gray clouds right now as the storm is progressing further to my northwest. But towards my west, also some gray clouds, and into my south, the gray clouds continue as well. This is not our only opportunity for severe weather. Later this evening, we have the possibility for supercells that will pop up. These could be tornadic possibilities to watch closely. And then, as we get into later tonight, squall thunderstorms that will rush through the hill country, specifically where I live at, this evening going into tomorrow morning. So, again, we'll have updates here on the Storm TV Network YouTube channel and on the network. So, again, severe thunderstorm warning to my northwest, into my west in Mason County, which is just one county away from me, just to my west. So again, thunderstorm for quarter-size hail and strong winds up to 60 miles per hour, frequent rain and as well as lightning ongoing this morning. Alright, that was a live update outside just minutes ago of me being right beside the severe thunderstorm warning this morning. So, that's what we were tracking up there. But once again, severe warning for Mason County until 8 a.m. I don't really see much of this being a severe warning any longer because it's just kind of weak, not gonna lie. Because I don't see much of that quarter-size hail anymore, but there is some strong winds still occurring with this warning this morning. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let the radar continue to be on this morning, and we'll let the radar just sit here and update you guys this morning. And if we get any new warnings just like this that popped up, we'll come back and do coverage. But for the meantime, I don't see much of a reason for me to be here, so I'll just let the radar take over. I want to see what today's severe weather threat looks like for today, as they've done some updates. We still have that level 2 risk of severe weather. Actually, let's go to the official SPC website. This will make things a little bit better. And as we do that, nothing really new. So the last update came out this morning at like 1 a.m. when I was awake. So tornado threat, they shifted the tornado threat further more into the hill country. The wind threat has been further down, and the hatched hail threat is now including the majority of the parts of the hill country for today. Again, we have this thunderstorm that became severe, kind of random. Nobody was anticipating severe weather to happen this morning. We had a severe thunderstorm watch for Mason County until 7 a.m. this morning. That is gone. But an hour later, we get greeted with a new severe, it's 7:35. Probably about 30 minutes later, we're greeted with a severe thunderstorm warning as an isolated thunderstorm has decided to blow up here in the last couple of minutes or so. So again, something we're watching closely. I just woke up. I don't have all my words ready to go yet, so again, we'll monitor this closely. Alright, that's my update. That's the coverage I have this morning. We'll have more updates on this radar for you here in a little bit. Rain chances will continue for at least another hour or two across the Texas Hill Country, and then we'll be focusing on towards parts of the Hill Country again later this evening for the possibility for some supercells that could produce some large hail, damaging winds, maybe a tornado or two, and a bit of squall and storms that will occur later tonight into tomorrow morning to Easter. Something we'll have to watch closely. I'll have an updated forecast with that coming up here probably later this afternoon or later this evening. But for the meantime, in the current time this morning, again, the radar will be here. I'll be on standby mode, so if any changes happens, we'll come back with more updates in coverage here on the Storm TV Network YouTube channel. At the Weather Center this morning, again, a severe warning for Mason County until 8 a.m. for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. If this warning gets upgraded to considerable, destructive, or any major updates comes up with this warning, we will return and keep you up to date. But for now, if more storms start to warrant more the viewing area, we will return with more coverage. But for the meantime, as I try to wake myself up even more, because I literally just woke up a few minutes ago, and I didn't have time to think about what is going on, because I immediately got on air. So, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to try my best to wake myself up, and I'll probably come back around 8 o'clock or so with another update on the radar, and probably not your forecast. Alright guys.